this love will not find itself in the first steps you leave. Won't follow you home, tear down the door and give you all that you need. But you got time to brighten understand the way we are today, and I will never find Another day of fear, and you're still gone. You're still such fullness painted in your heart. And I see a future so bright. You could only feel it within your soul. No matter how hard it seems to be, you can put your trust in me. I'll be right by your side. I see freedom, a safety net where you can find your inner voice. And I see a flame inside, so bright. It will light your way back home. No matter how hard it seems to be, you can put your trust in me. I'll be right by your side. And I show you hearts connected again. Hearts connected again. In the midst of the pouring rain, hearts connected. Just when you least expect it. Hearts connected again. In the midst of the pouring rain, hearts connected. Just when you least expect it. I breathe you in. I'm alive in you.
Just hold on to this time. You'll be fine, I promise. Every day, I promise you, I wanna take care of you. To this time, you will be fine, you will be fine.
the sand. Confused by the wind, twisting and turning, knees skinned. I count your eyelashes secretly, pretend that we were meant to be, but the light went out and there's no one home, no one home. No one home. Like a promise written in the sand. The silver sun is born like never before. Blue night makes way for red light, beams across the sky. Lighthouse calls me. Dancing sea, are you ever weak? Across the sky, the blue eyes meet like watercolors. My golden dreams I follow on the sea. Wind makers breathe, breathe like loves. touch the sand. The silver sun is born like never before. Blue night makes way for red light, beams across the sky. Lighthouse calls me. empty shelves and stolen memories in the world that might have been a final rest. You have long moved on, and so why can't I let go of all I lost? You're the story I never completed. You're the book I never wrote. You're the life I left behind just to be here. And now you're gone, gone, gone. Incomplete. I'm incomplete. You're the story I never completed. You're the book I never wrote. You're the life I left behind just to be here. And now you're gone, gone, gone. Incomplete. I'm incomplete. You're the story I never completed. You're the book I never wrote. You're the life I left behind just to be here. And now you're gone, gone, gone. taught me faith. I never said to believe in forever. It's a promise I never thought I could keep. But sometimes when we're close at night, holding each other tight, I know you raise us to believe. can turn around and move on, pretend that I don't care. But who am I without you?
Just a state of mind, just an empty stage, colored by a million words, page by page. A puzzle made of signs, obvious to find, but searching for the truth got me blind. I don't wanna go there, I have fallen deep. Love has lost its meaning, love is out of reach. Wherever I go, whatever I do, the deeper I fall. My mind is with you. Oh my God.
twisting and turning, knees skinned. I count your eyelashes secretly, pretend that we were meant to be, but the light went out and there's no one home, no one home, no one home. Like a promise written in the sand.
Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy. In this video we will be showing you how the End Times, Revelations and Prophecies relate to the workings of the realm, and that they are in fact regular cycles that keep on repeating every 400 years. We will also be showing you some of the information regarding the halos we see around our Sun and Moon. Very interesting information that is in our recorded history. Sandra will be presenting you some fantastic imagery and information from her new book, The Book of Miracles. We will also be overlaying modern captures of the same celestial events happening now, which proves we are entering this cycle. This we will also confirm with data. Scriptural events and prophecies also decode into this same event. All yours, Sandra.
In the year 1 BC, an oil well appeared near Rome on the far bank of the Tiber, and oil flowed from it abundantly for the whole day. And on the day of the Nativity, a golden circle appeared around the sun for the whole day. And the statue of Romulus collapsed, as did the Temple of Peace. It should be noted here that a different ruler was in place at that time. On the day after the death of Julius Caesar, 3 suns appeared in the east in the early morning sky, which then moved towards each other so that they merged into one. Also at that time, an ox on the outskirts of Rome asked a farmer, why he was working so hard, since before very long there would be more of a shortage of people than grain. In the year AD 1173, 3 suns were seen in the west in the month of September, when the sun was about to set, and after 2 hours the outer 2 disappeared, and the other one set after that. In the year AD 1174, 3 moons appeared in the German lands with the sign of a cross through their middle, separate and entirely over them, so that the moons were shining behind it. In the year AD 1304, 3 moons and a comet appeared, seen around midnight for 3 months, in the German lands and in Italy, just as it is painted here.
Seen in the year 1519, on the 11th of January, the day before the demise of Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. In 1520, on the 5th day of the month of January, the 3 suns were seen in Vienna in the morning at sunrise, and these are known as parafog. This image depicts 2 scenes that were seen in the sky in 1520. On the left, in the year 1520, on the 4th of January, this sign was seen in Vienna for 3 hours until 5 after midday. This is called halo and is like the moon. And on the right, afterwards, after midnight, at 1 o'clock or a little later, this sign was seen. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, at around 8 o'clock in the evening in the city of Vienna, the sign was seen around the glow of the moon. In the year 1520, on the 7th day of the month of January, 3 suns, which are called parahelios, were seen in Vienna, in Austria, from sunrise until 10 or a little later. In the year 1520, on the 6th day of the month of January, this sign around the sun, which is called Halo Maximus, was seen in Vienna at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the year 1527, on the 17th of February, 3 suns were seen in Kaufbeuren, enclosed within 2 rainbows in the sky, adjacent to the mountains, and the 2 outer suns were red on the sides facing the sun, in the middle, and yellow on the sides facing the rainbow, and a white streak went through the middle, and the shining of the inner rainbow was so yellow that no one could see into it because of its brightness. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, between the 11th and 12th hour after midday, this formation was seen in the sky in Augsburg, on the sun or around the sun, and stayed for about 1.5 hours or longer. In the year 1528, on the 16th day of the month of May, such rainbows were seen in Innsbruck, appearing here and there, while at the same time 3 suns were to be seen, and a moon as a half beside them, as is painted here. In the year 1533, 3 suns shone at the same time, as if they had fiery clouds around them, and they stayed over the city of Munster, as if the city and its houses were burning, as painted here. In the year 1538, such a manifestation was seen around the sun near Schonfeld, and moreover, 3 suns were seen at once, but also the curious ring stayed in the sky brightly for about 4 hours. In the year 1541, on the 28th day of March, 3 suns in a triangle with a rainbow around them were seen here in Augsburg. The rainbow was seen first and then last. 2 of the suns disappeared along with the rainbow, and the sun on the right remained. (1545). And on the previously mentioned day there came a terrible darkness, such that the sky was completely black, so that people could not see one another at all. The darkness lasted until the next day, that is the 30th of March, until 9 o'clock in the morning. Then the day came back, and 3 beautiful rainbows were seen, on which was seated a beautiful angel. He was seen for about 1.5 hours. After that he disappeared again, and fine weather then followed. 1546. In the year 1546, on February the 26th at 8 o'clock in the morning, this wonderful and strange vision was seen by an honourable inhabitant of the city of Kosor, situated in the land of Hungary, and by other reputable inhabitants who earnestly requested it to be put into print, and the information they provided about it was truthful concerning how they saw over the city what is painted above, up in the air for days and hours. 1547. In the year 1547, on the 29th day of the month of January, 2 rainbows were seen here in Augsburg around the sun and between the clouds, for a long time in the morning and in the evening. 1549. In AD 1549, on Simon and Jude's day, such a manifestation was seen in broad daylight near Nordlingen, and in other places in the Rise, and in Swabia, just as recorded and painted here. 1549. In AD 1549, on October the 6th, such a manifestation was seen around the moon at night in the Rise and in Swabia on a clear night. 1549. In the year 1549, on the 28th of October, on St. Simon and St. Jude's Day, this manifestation was seen here in the sky, namely 3 suns and a rainbow, which everyone saw. Several people also saw a sword over the sun. 1551. Truthful report of how on the 21st of March of this 51st year 5 suns were seen in Leipzig by many trustworthy persons. 1551. 1551 years after the birth of Christ, in the month of March, such an occurrence was seen in Swabia in broad daylight on more than one occasion. (1551) 1551 years after the birth of Christ, such an occurrence was seen in the sky in France and in Lorraine in broad daylight, which came forth and could be seen for more than a day.
As you can see, people, the halo events we're recording in the here and now translate as the same celestial events from various parts of our recorded history. The end times decode as the end of a cycle. Revelations, this simply means the construct will reveal itself, and there are some events we all need to be aware of that are connected to it. The halos we are seeing around our luminaries are revealing themselves as they have in our past. They are a reminder of how our realm really works. The geo, petro and hieroglyphs record the same information, the workings of the realm. Those characters do not represent people, they represent the technologies in the underworld, the angels sealed below. Scriptures tells us it is their prison. I decode the seal of the 144,000 to be the 144,000 sarcophagi below. Sealed rooms that contain the Creator's technological glory, the glory that is responsible for the creation and movement of our luminaries, and it plays a big part in most of nature itself. The sarcophagi recovered from ancient sites are location markers for the technologies below those locations. Tutankhamun, for instance, represents a king of a group of technologies below that area. Our Decoding Scriptures 2 video shows how we connect the sarcophagi to the seraphim from scriptures. The Mayan calendar may also have been counting down to this event, as I'm sure the ancients knew how all this worked and planned for it. From scriptures we can also connect the event to passages such as Isaiah 13:13. Therefore I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will shake from its place at the wrath of the Lord Almighty, in the day of his burning anger. Or Isaiah 24:1. See, the Lord is going to lay waste the earth and devastate it, he will ruin its face and scatter its inhabitants. The Dark Ages in our history may also be related to these events. Not even an empire can survive this event, as so much chaos and destruction seems to take place, empires will crumble. And we see this everywhere as we look back in history and find devastation in civilizations that were in their golden age and then it just stopped. We see destruction on a large scale when looking into these ancient sites. We are a species that seem to have dementia or amnesia. We are surrounded by all these ancient sites and no one seems to remember the true meanings. Everyone has forgotten. This of course is compounded by wars, takeovers, indoctrination, pseudoscience, bad decodings, misdirection, and even blatant and obvious lies. It would seem there are people out there that do not want us to know our true history and how this realm really works. So, we take a look into Hopi prophecy. Do you remember back in 1997 the Hopi elders appeared with Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf on Art Bell's Coast to Coast show? They spoke to millions of wary listeners around the world as they predicted the coming of the blue star Kashina, and that the purifier, the red star Kashina, would follow shortly after the twins, Haley Bop, had passed from our heavens. They spoke about us seeing strange things going on with animals, frogs with 6 legs, rabbits with 4 ears, animals being born with both genders. They spoke of earth changes and firestorms, and they talked about the 8 thunders prophecies and the pale prophet. The following is an excerpt from the Last Cry Native American Prophecies and Tales of the End Times by Dr. Robert Ghost Wolf, 1994 to 2004. It has appeared in numerous articles over the web and in magazines all over the world. The story of the blue kachina is a very old story, very old. I have been aware of the story of the blue kachina since I was very young. I was told this story by grandfathers who are now between 80 and 108 years of age. Frank Walters also wrote about Sasquatch, the blue star kachina, in the Book of the Hopi. The story came from the grandfather Dan, oldest Hopi. It was told to me that the first blue kachina would start to be seen at the dances and would make his appearance known to the children in the plaza during the night dance. This event would tell us that the end times are very near. Then the blue star kachina would physically appear in our heavens, which would mean that we were in the end times. In the final days we will look up in our heavens and we will witness the return of the two brothers who helped create this world in the birthing time. Wagan Yoha is the guardian of our North Pole and his brother Palangoya is the guardian of the South Pole. In the final days the blue star kachina will come to be with his nephews and they will return to Earth to its natural rotation, which is counterclockwise. Please note, from an APM research perspective, we do not believe in a spinning globe model. We believe in a flat world model, and it is our luminaries that are rotating. So this is suggesting we may get a counter rotation of the luminaries. This fact is evidenced in many petroglyphs that speak of the zodiac and within the Mayan and Egyptian pyramids. The rotation of the Earth has been manipulated by not so benevolent star beings. The twins will be seen in our northwestern skies. They will come and visit to see who still remembered the original teachings, flying in their patu botas or flying shields. They will bring many of their star family with them in the final days. The return of the blue star kachina, who is also known as Nangashohu, will be the alarm clock that tells us of the new day and the new way of life, a new world that is coming. This is where the changes will begin. They will start as fires that burn within us, and we will burn up with desires and conflict if we do not remember the original teachings and return to the peaceful way of life. Not far behind the twins will come the purifier, the red kachina, who will bring the day of purification. On this day the earth, her creatures and all life as we know it will change forever. There will be messengers that will precede this coming of the purifier. They will leave messages to those on earth who remember the old ways. The messages will be found written in the living stone, through the sacred grains and even the waters. Crop circles have been found in ice. It mentions in brackets. From the purifier will issue forth a great red light. All things will change in their manner of being. Every living thing will be offered the opportunity to change from the largest to the smallest thing. Those who return to the ways given to us in the original teachings and live in a natural way of life will not be touched by the coming of the purifier. They will survive and build the new world. Only in the ancient teachings will the ability to understand the message be found. It is important to understand that these messages will be found upon every living thing, even within our bodies, even within a drop of our blood. All life forms will receive the messages from the twins. Those that fly, the plants, even the rabbit. The appearance of the twins begins a period of 7 years, which will be our final opportunity to change our ways. Everything we experience is all a matter of choice. Many will appear to have lost their souls in these final days. So intense will the nature of the changes be that those who are weak in spiritual awareness will go insane. For we are nothing without spirit. They will disappear, for they are just hollow vessels for anything to use. Life will be so bad in the cities that many will choose to leave this plane, some in whole groups. Only those who return to the values of the old ways will be able to find peace of mind, for in the earth we shall find relief from the madness that will be around us. It will be a very hard time for women with children, for they will be shunned, and many of the children in these times will be unnatural. Some beings from the stars, some from past worlds, some will even be created by man in an unnatural manner and will be soulless. Many of people in this time will be empty in spirit. They will have sampuku, no life force in their eyes. As we get close to the time of arrival, the purifier, there will be those who walk as ghosts through the cities, through canyons they will have constructed in their man-made mountains. Those that walk through these places will be very heavy in their walk. It will appear almost painful as they take each step, for they will be disconnected from their spirit and the earth. After the arrival of the twins, they will begin to vanish before your eyes like so much smoke. Others will have great deformities, both in the mind and upon their bodies. There will be those who would walk in the body that are not from this reality, for many of the gateways that once protected us will be opened. There will be much confusion between sexes and children and their elders. Life will get very perverted and there will be little social order in these times. Many will ask for those mountains themselves to fall upon them to end their misery. Still others will appear as if untouched by what is occurring, the ones who remember the original teachings and have reconnected their hearts and spirit, those who remember who their mother and father is, the Pahana who have left to live in the mountains and forest. When the purifier comes, we will see him first as a small red star, which will come very close and sit in our heavens watching us to see how well we have remembered the sacred teachings. This purifier will show us many miraculous signs in our heavens. In this way we will know a creator is not a dream. Even those who do not feel their connection to spirit will see the face of the Creator across the sky. Things unseen will be felt very strongly. Many things will begin to occur that will not make sense, for reality will be shifting back in and out of the dream state. There will be many doorways to the lower world that will open at this time. Things long forgotten will come back to remind us of our past creations. All living things will want to be present for this day when time ends and we enter the forever cycle of the fifth world. We will receive many warnings allowing us to change our ways from below the earth as well as above. This one morning, in a moment, we will awaken to the red dawn. The sky will be the colour of blood. Many things will then begin to happen that right now we are not sure of their exact nature, for much of reality will not be as it is now. There will be many strange beasts upon the earth in those days, some from the past and some that we have never ever seen. The nature of mankind will appear strange in these times. We walk between worlds and we will house many spirits even within our bodies. After a time we will walk again with our brothers from the stars and rebuild this earth, but not until the purifier has left his mark upon the universe. No thing living will go untouched here or in the heavens. The way through this time, it is said, it is to be found in our hearts and reuniting with our spiritual self, getting simple and return to living with and upon the earth and in harmony with her creatures, remembering that we are the caretakers, the firekeepers of the spirit. Our relatives from the stars are coming home to see how well we have fared in our journey. The pictures enclosed in this presentation are of the human beings, my Hopi grandfathers. They were telling you truth. There is still time for you to change. You may find some of the above information disturbing. We will be doing a part 2 to this to break these events down further. Okay, now let's look at the data.
Professor Valentina Zarkova gave a presentation of her climate and the solar magnetic field hypothesis at the Global Warming Policy Foundation in October 2018. Zarkova models solar sunspot and magnetic activity. Her models have run at a 93% accuracy, and her findings suggest a super grand solar minimum could begin in 2020. A super grand solar minimum would have 4 magnetic fields out of phase. There was about 40 to 60 years of cold weather 350 years ago. This was a Maunder minimum of lower solar activity. The historical cold weather had 2 magnetic fields out of phase. Zarkova is predicting a cooling effect that is 2.5 to 4 times larger than the Maunder minimum. Zarkova's analysis shows an 8 watts per square meter decrease in TSI, total solar irradiance. A 2015 Nature study looked at 2 watts per square meter decrease, causing a 0.13 minus degrees Celsius effect. A 4 times larger effect would be 0.5 minus degrees Celsius. Zarkova believes the warming models are including the warming effect of increased solar activity. If she is correct, there would be cooling, and the warming models would be wrong.
Let's go back in time and check out the last mini ice age. So what is that? It's the time period between 1300 and 1850 where we were at a climatic minimum. In the 13th century, pack ice began advancing southwards in the North Atlantic, as well as glaciers in Greenland. Evidence has shown that glaciers expanded almost worldwide during this time frame. As we can see here, a map showing how far down the ice and snow expanded, we can imagine how this affected life on Earth. Cold summers and ice growth intensified greatly from 1430 to 1455. We can see now why people dressed in layers, as we see here some different examples of the attire worn. This natural occurrence played havoc with agriculture and the sun's warmth, as well as ocean circulation and volcanoes. As summers become more unreliable in Europe and North America, they began to experience famines. From 1315 to 1317, Europe experienced the Great Famine. They had to learn to adapt to producing food to the unrelenting cold and rains, dark and snow. Alpine villagers lived on a bread made from ground nutshells mixed with barley and flour. This is just one example. Loss of life rose dramatically during these times, for less food and more illnesses were occurring. The effects recorded from the ocean circulation being messed up are due to thermohaline circulation. Factors that control this are the temperature and salt content. Any great change in these factors will affect the circulation belts of the world waters. Mexico has records from Aztec and Mayan relating to the periods of severe cold and droughts. In South Africa, sediment cores showed colder conditions between 1570 and 1820. A 3,000-year temperature reconstruction method based on the rate of stalagmite growth in caves in South America also backed the cold periods from 1500s to 1800s. Sea level data for the Pacific Islands suggests that sea level in the region fell in 2 stages. once in 1270 and again in 1475. This was due to a 1.5 Celsius degree drop in temperatures, which was determined from the oxygen isotope analysis. This led to the increase in the La Nina frequency, the most intense occurring in the southern oscillation activity in the mid-17th century. Tree ring data from Patagonia shows cold episodes during 1270 to 1380, and again from 1520 to 1670. How they can tell this is when the rings are wider, it shows normal weather, but when the rings become narrower and closer together, it shows wetter, colder climate changes. Many explorations also recorded increase in the glaciers and ice packs from exploration to exploration over this time period. All of this happening led to unstable volcanic activities as well. There's recordings of a 50-year span with long episodes of highly rich sulfur eruptions occurring all over the world. This, of course, would lead to the sun being blacked out that can last for 2 years after each explosion. When a volcano emits high sulfur, it creates sulfur oxide gas. When it goes into our upper atmosphere, it turns to sulfuric acid particles. That rains down onto the lands. This is corrosive to metals and tissue. It would char wood and most organic matter, but it is unlikely to actually cause fires. As we can see here, I have mapped out some of the volcanic activity that occurred. There were many more erupting at this time, but I couldn't fit it all on the map, so these are some of the examples of what occurred during the 50-year period spoken about prior, which was the height of the activity. However, these eruptions actually went on from the mid-1200s through the 1816, the entire 400-year span of the mini ice age. In 1816, it was also recorded to be the year without summer, and was reported that frost and snow fell during June and July in both New England and Northern Europe. So, the last effect I would like to discuss on this occurrence is the witch trials. The beginning of this began in the 1380s, just as the ice began. European populations began to link magic and weather making. The victims were being accused for the climate decline. The witch hunts began in the 1430s, and by 1480s it was widely accepted that witches should be held accountable for the poor weather, livestock losses, epidemics, cows that gave too little milk, late frosts that lasted and lasted, and unknown diseases. Basically, as the temps dropped, the witch trials rose. And when the temperatures began to increase, the trials would decline. Although not everyone agreed with this, and the argument wasn't whether they existed, but rather could they control the weather. But by the height of the hunts and trials, most agreed that the witches could control natural forces, and they paid for it with their lives. So, on that note, I'll wrap up this information on the Little Ice Age and the effects of it. Thank you.
Professor Valentina Zarkova has demonstrated here that her data also coincides with the cycle we are describing here, the mini ice age, an event that reveals wonderful sights in our heavens, which reveals the true nature of our realm, events they are trying to hide. Now, I mentioned earlier a counter-rotation of the luminaries. Let's look into this further. The sun will rise from the west. This is referenced in many scriptures. The Hopi prophecy also mentions this. Mainstream will probably call this a pole shift. Let me draw your attention to Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock. This is a repeating cycle. We are near the end of one cycle. Now it may reverse the opposite way. What it is all suggesting is that the north, south, east and west poles will flip the opposite way to which they are now. We would still see the sun coming from the direction we see it coming from now, but the magnetic pole flip will now have this direction marked as the west, and the west becomes the new east. The north becomes the new south, and the south becomes the new north. Another option is that the sun does come from our west and sets in the east. I guess we won't truly know until this event happens. The cosmic clock is a cycle of compression and expansion. This process generates cold and heat. It would seem we are going into the cooling cycle of the cosmic clock spring. The celestial reveals we see, as with our sun's halo, is not restricted to being revealed by light particles trapped in ice crystals. Water vapour can also form around the halos due to their electromagnetic nature. Light particles trapped in liquids and ice will try to interact with the halo, thus revealing its profile, and this is why we are seeing them. The halo projections can also be seen through clouds, fog and mist when viewed from above. These are projections from below that certain conditions allow us to see. The ether is full of positively and negatively charged particles. It is these that play a part in highlighting the electromagnetic fields around us. You can also see this electromagnetic data being revealed with rainbows. Water droplets and light particles help reveal their profiles at various altitudes. Time-lapse the rainbows and you will find some move and some don't. You can also locate electromagnetic data using your hosepipe. You are not creating a rainbow, you are revealing electromagnetic data. We are surrounded by it, as such is the nature of this realm. We are seeing electromagnetic data in the visible spectrum. There is much more going to be revealed in our heavens, so be sure to have your cameras at the ready. The construct is revealing itself. On the subject of mud floods, melting ice will certainly play a part in this, as well as rising seas causing liquefaction. Remember, tsunamis may occur during these destructive events. We hope this video and information helps you with your own research, and as this data is clearly showing, plan for cold times ahead. We will be making a part 2 of this video where we will cover other events from recorded history that relate to this cycle.
I will be speaking some verses from the Bible that will connect to the research. Matthew chapter 24 verse 7 speaks, "For nations will arise against nations, and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and earthquakes in various places." Luke chapter 21 verse 11 speaks, "There will be great earthquakes and various places, famines, pestilence, and there will be terrors and great signs from heaven." Luke chapter 21 verse 25 speaks, "There will be signs in sun and moon and stars, and on the earth distress of nations and perplexity, because of the warring of the sea and the waves." Luke chapter 21 verse 26 speaks, "People fading with fear and with foreboding of what is coming on the world, for the powers of the heavens will be shaken." 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 10 speaks, "But the day of the Lord will come like a thief, and then the heavens will pass away with the word, and the heavenly bodies will be burned up and dissolved, and the earth and the works that are done on it will be exposed. Revelation chapter 8, verse 8 and 9 speak, describing burning mountains falling into the sea. The result is massive destruction and massive loss of life. Isaiah chapter 29, verse 6 speaks, you will be visited by the Lord of hosts with thunder and earthquake and a loud noise, with windstorm and tempest and flame of consuming fire. Revelation chapter 6, verse 12. And when I saw the Lamb open the sixth seal, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black, like the sackcloth of goat hair, and the whole moon turned blood red. Revelation chapter 8, verse 5. Then the angel took the censer, filled it with fire from the altar, and hurled into the earth. And there were peals of thunder, and rumbling, and flashes of lightning, and an earthquake. Revelation chapter 11, verse 19 speak. Then the temple of God in heaven was opened, and the ark of his covenant appeared in his temple. And there were flashes of lightning, rumbling, and peals of thunder, and an earthquake, and a great hailstone. Revelation chapter 16, verse 18 speaks. And there were flashes of lightning, and rumbling, and peals of thunder, and a great earthquake, the likes of which had not occurred since men were upon the earth. So mighty was the great quake.
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 2. In this video, Sandra will be taking you deeper into the Book of Miracles and revealing more interesting events from our recorded history. We will then break down and decode these events into cycles of the realm, technological events that are in our recorded history, events we are supposed to be aware of as our ancestors were. You will then see how we decode Noah and relate it to these technological events. This will help you gain a better understanding of the relationship between the angel technologies and all of the life forms in this realm.
Genesis 7, 11-14. 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened. 12. And rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. 13. On the very same day Noah and his sons, Shem and Ham and Japheth, and Noah's wife and the 3 wives of his sons with them, entered the ark. 14. They and every beast according to its kind, and all the livestock according to their kinds, and every creeping thing that creeps on the earth according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, every winged creature. Genesis 9, 12-15. 12. And God said, This is the sign of the covenant that I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you for all future generations. 13. I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. 14. When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds. 15. I will remember my covenant. Exodus 14, 27-29. 27. So Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to its normal course when the morning appeared. And as the Egyptians fled into it, the Lord threw the Egyptians into the midst of the sea. 28. The waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen. Of all the host of Pharaoh that had followed them into the sea, not one of them remained. 29. But the people of Israel walked on dry ground through the sea, the waters being a wall to them on their right hand and on their left. Exodus 16:14-16. 14. And when the dew had gone up, there was on the face of the wilderness a fine flake-like thing, fine as frost on the ground. 15. When the people of Israel saw it, they said to one another, What is it? For they did not know what it was. And Moses said to them, It is the bread that the Lord has given you to eat. 16. This is what the Lord has commanded. Gather of it, each one of you, as much as he can eat. You shall each take an omer according to the number of the persons that each of you has in his tent. Numbers 16:4-7. 4. When Moses heard it, he fell on his face. 5. And he said to Korah and all his company, In the morning the Lord will show who is his, and who is holy, and will bring him near to him. The one whom he chooses, he will bring near to him. 6. Do this, take censers, Korah and all his company. 7. Put fire in them, and put incense on them before the Lord tomorrow. And the man whom the Lord chooses shall be the Holy One. You have gone too far, sons of Levi. Kings 2:11-12. 11. And as they still went on and talked, behold, chariots of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven. 12. And Elisha saw it, and he cried, My father, the chariots of Israel. Isaiah 38:4-8. 4. Then the word of the Lord came to Isaiah. 5. Go and say to Hezekiah, Thus says the Lord, the God of David your father, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears. Behold, I will add 15 years to your life. 6. I will deliver you and this city out of the hand of the king of Assyria, and will defend this city. 7. This shall be the sign to you from the Lord, that the Lord will do this thing that he has promised. 8. Behold, I will make the shadow cast by the declining sun on the dial of Ahaz turn back 10 steps. So the sun turned back on the dial the 10 steps by which it had been declined. Jeremiah 1:11-14. 11. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Jeremiah, what do you see? And I said, I see an almond branch. 12. Then the Lord said to me, You have seen well, for I am watching over my word to perform it. 13. The word of the Lord came to me a second time, saying, What do you see? And I said, I see a boiling pot facing away from the north. 14. Then the Lord said to me, Out of the north disaster shall be let loose upon all inhabitants of the land. Daniel 7:1-4. 1. In the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, David saw a dream and visions of his head as he lay in his bed. Then he wrote down the dream and told the sum of the matter. 2. Daniel declared, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the 4 winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea. 3. And 4 great beasts came up out of the sea, different from one another. 4. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. Then as I looked, its wings were plucked off, and it was lifted up from the ground and made to stand on 2 feet like a man, and the mind of a man was given to it. Ezekiel 1:1-3. 1. In the 30th year, in the 4th month, on the 5th day of the month, as I was among the exiles by the Shebar Canal, the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. 2. On the 5th day of the month, it was the 5th year of the exile of King Jehoiachin. 3. The word of the Lord came to Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans, by the Shebar Canal, and the hand of the Lord was upon him there. In the time of Job there occurred in Cassilia, according to Shadel Thessali, a great flood,
And during this time there was a river in this area, out of which came an ox, that went up into the air and then back down into the river, so that the simple-minded people believed it to be a god. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, a terrible occurrence affected the animals and livestock in Italy most cruelly, such that all the animals that were tame, every donkey, ox, horse and sheep, suddenly returned to the wild and ran away into the wilderness and completely forgot their previous nature. 73 BC. In the year 73 BC, people gathered together to drink, but when they cut the bread, blood came out of it as if out of a wound. There was also a hailstorm so terrible that rocks fell from the sky for 7 days in succession, and therein too were pieces of real stones and plenty of sharp stones, so that the soil was destroyed by them. 170 in fact 570. In the year AD 570 there came from a mountain of Gaul a great noise, and screaming as if many people had been entombed inside it. There was also heavy hail for a long time. 170 in fact 570. In the year AD 570, fiery arrows and drops of blood appeared in the sky over Italy. Afterwards such a fierce rain fell that many villages and towns were swept away and many people drowned. Also there appeared in the water, from the waist up, several men and women with long hair. 195 in fact 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, 2 wondrous sea creatures having human form were seen off the island of Delos. Also fire fell from the sky, and a rainbow appeared of such brightness that people thought Judgment Day had come. And there were peals of thunder, more terrible than had ever been heard before. This was followed by a dreadful plague which carried off many people. 595. In the year AD 595, in the time of Muhammad, something wondrous and fearsome appeared. At that time a bright comet was seen over Constantinople for a whole year. 1126. In the year AD 1126, the winter was so cold and severe that birds froze to death in mid-air. This was followed by such a famine that livestock and people died, and birds killed each other in the air. 1495. In the year 1495, in the month of June, the 2 pigs were born to 2 sows near the Rhine, as recorded and painted here. 1496. In AD 1496, in the month of January, at the time the Tiber burst its banks high and wide near Rome, what wondrous creature appeared, found dead, where the raging and the might of the Tiber's waters had subsided, and was in this shape and form, as it is painted there. 1513. In the year AD 1513, in January, it was told that this was born to a Metzerin in Bleiburg, issuing dead from its mother's womb, then to be buried, and 4 hours later dug up again by Anton Reidhort himself, at that time the Countess of Lodrin's steward, unwrapped from its shroud and examined very carefully in the presence of a priest. Afterwards the painter, Hans Borgmeier, was commissioned to record it in detail as it appears above. 1516. In the country of the Romans, a mare gave birth to a hare instead of a young foal. 1516. In the year 1516, an extremely small horse was born in Weibelben, all white like a lamb, and was presented to Emperor Maximilian of glorious remembrance. 1529. In the year 1529, on the 14th day of the month of January, this calf was born in Langweid near Augsburg, but came out dead from the mother, and I, Hans Borgmeier, painter, bought the skin for half a guilder from a parchment maker who had bought it for only 6 kreuzer. 1532. In the year 1532, a calf such as this was born in a village near Donauworth, just as it is painted and recorded here. 1531. In the year 1531, a wondrous creature, which was all grey and hairy, with the head of a bearded man, and 4 feet, with sharp claws, was caught by the bishop's huntsman in the forest of Salzburg. It was taken to the court, but would neither eat nor drink, and suffered quite horribly. 1533. In the year 1533, in October, flying dragons were seen in Bohemia and the Vogtland, as well as in small areas of Asha, as city in Czech Republic. A crest on their heads, a snout like a pig, and with 2 wings. This went on for several days, with over 400 of them, both big and small, flying together as painted here. 1533, 1533 years after the birth of Christ, on the Friday after St. Ursula, the 24th day, such wondrous dragons were seen in the air for nigh on 2 hours around 10 o'clock at night in several places near Hilpoltstein and at the Hoflein's house there. 1534. In the year 1534, one of the wonderful creatures which live in the open sea was caught and taken to Venice, and it looks just as it is painted here. 1543. In the year 1543, a 4-legged chick hatched out in Dillingen and then suddenly died, but it was none the less carefully painted from life by the bishop's painter. 1543. In the year 1543, such a wonder fish was caught in the Danish sea, as is painted and recorded here, and it was brought back alive to the city of Copenhagen. 1547. In the year 1547, this lovely wheat grew in the county of Flanders, 3 miles from Ghent, in various shapes and forms, some pressed closely together, some with divided ears, as well as with 4, 8, 12, up to 15 ears on one stalk, just as is painted here. 1539. A wonderful miracle in the year 1539 concerning a young girl from Ross, in the diocese of Speyer, who refrained from taking any physical sustenance for 2 years and 12 weeks. At this time, too, such hairy grapes grew beside the nectar and the vine, as above. Margaretha Vibes from Roth, 13½ years old. 1550. 1550 years after the birth of Christ, such a pigeon was found in a village by the name of Rikatshofen, near Lindau, as is painted here, with 4 feet and 2 sets of hindquarters.
Okay, so today we're going to read through parts of and decode the Book of Noah. Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she bore him a man-child. The body of a babe was white as snow and red as a blooming rose, and the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes were like rays of the sun. When he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very full of light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, he opened his mouth and praised the Lord of righteousness. His father Lamech was afraid of him and fled, and came to his own father Methuselah, and he said to him, I have begotten a strange son. He is not like a human being, but resembles the children of angels of heaven, and his nature is different, and he is not like us, and his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that his days of wonder may be wrought on earth. And now, my Father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee, that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is among the angels.
Lovely wording, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, let's go through that, shall we?
Yes.
I took a wife for his son Lamech. Now, I can't remember the amount of sons and daughters involved, but for the sake of the viewers watching, you know, when we look at family relationships like this, wife, son, we look at halos, nodes, and how many nodes are on this halo, because we look at this is how we decode this, you know, we look at it as a technology. So that's for the benefit of the viewers, where we're going with this. Right, do you want to go through some of it one, see if there's anything jumping out at you?
Yeah, well, I mean, feeding on that, you want to mention that the taking of the wife is the positive and negative of the energies.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
yeah. The babe would be the new energy created from the two joining.
Yeah.
The whole house being full of light and his eyes being open and he lit up the house.
Yeah, I like that part because you know what that reminded me of one.
What was that?
You remember in the description of the sunrise with the eyes round about it and it lit the house up.
Okay. And it reminded me of when we decoded cherubims. So
yeah,
it in
yeah,
itself,
so yeah,
you know,
that's the part I meant.
Yeah, okay.
You remember?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it lit the whole house up, it lit the room up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's suggesting it's like those you know that decoder done of Shiva with the accelerator with the sparks coming out the side of it. It's that kind of a event, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it's decoding like already.
So this is telling us that Noah is a piece of technology.
Yes. Yeah, I have to agree.
Also, the fact that Enoch, his dwelling place is among the angels, you know, that also is kind of telling me that Enoch himself must have been something, a piece of technology. You know, I can't really say what he did at this point, but...
Yeah, well, I am going to do a little piece on it, actually, to add to this, so don't worry about that.
Well, good, okay.
Another thing on the angels now, remember everyone, Scripture tells us the underworld is the prison of the angels. Very important that now, you know. Prison, when you think of a prison, they're in a room down below, and this is the seal of the 144,000 from Scriptures. So it's suggesting there is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
That makes sense to me. So this is Noah's room that lit up.
Yeah, yep, yep. It's time for Noah to do what he does.
Yep. All right, so we'll move on to the next paragraph. The Lord will do a new thing in the earth. There will come great destruction on earth and a deluge for 1 year. Before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. After his birth, it kept within its confines, and the famine that afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. The difficulties were increased when the flood began to toss the ark from side to side. All inside of it were shaken up like lentils in a pot.
Very nice. Right, the Lord will do a new thing in the earth. Notice it mentions in the earth.
Yes.
Not on, but in. Yeah, it's very important. In the earth.
Which
There will
is
come a great destruction.
Which is technology.
Yeah.
It's the
There's
layers
going to be.
below. Yep.
It's what it's telling you here is there's an event going to start. There will come to a great destruction when this event starts, and a deluge for 1 year. Now that's this ties in with the End Times video 1, doesn't it? This is continuing on from video 1 about this the End Times destruction. So what we're looking at is this cycle starting.
Exactly.
Anything you want to put on that one?
No, I agree. The cycle is starting now, and it will go for a whole year.
Which another way, I don't know. Which in other words, technology is gonna change, or it's gonna move a different, or what? Technology. To me, it's like it's gonna be, like you said, it's gonna be a whole year. But technology can also be the one who's gonna destroy it from underneath.
Yeah, that's what it's telling us. It's a cycle, a technological cycle that's going to happen, and it seems to happen about roughly every 394 years, going by the maiden long count calendar. They seem to be counting down to this one, I think, with that calendar.
Yeah.
So the link to this actual text will be in the description, so everybody can go read the whole thing. We pulled out bits and pieces to read here, but it does mention how the water not only rained down, but it came up from their feet. That is in the text. It's just quite a long little book, So
Yeah.
everyone should, I encourage them to go read it on their own, read the whole thing.
Definitely, yeah. And look at it like we look at it. You're looking at events, cycles, mechanisms, processes. This is what we're decoding here. This is parts of a large process. Okay, before the birth of Noah, the sea was in the habit of transgressing its bounds twice daily, morning and evening, and flooding the land up to the graves. Very interesting. It mentions twice daily because the pressure changes that's recorded daily currently is taken exactly the same times. That's why if they recorded twice daily, the pressure changes. So that now relates to what we put out in the
So it changes twice.
yeah, twice daily. Yeah. What it's telling you is it's pressure changes. In the Power and Glory video, I was demonstrating how the star halos are very much involved in expansion and compression, and what that's telling me there is it's directly related to the star halos, or at least one or more. I've no, it doesn't tell you how many, but you're looking at star halos of these pressure changes. But even a separate entity can still have these pressure changes as well.
Well, like
depending what it's doing.
Like you just said, how many, what was it? How many something? But anyways, it's two, so it's two technology that are together, like pair, and one does one and the other one does the other one.
All one's controlling both. It's
exactly. But one in the morning and one at night. But it can also be a different technology. The one we have now and the ones coming of a different way of technology, and it's going to be 1 and 2. I think. I don't know. I might be wrong.
Also, reading into that, you've got to look at this as a modification to stop this process happening, because what it's in there, it said that it was in the habit of transgressing its bounds. So this technology was obviously designed to help stop these problems and the flooding. So this mechanism is a fail-safe mechanism, it seems to me. Or it seems to me now it's an addition to help a bigger process.
Yep, the tides. I see the tides. I mean, it's definitely controlling the tides. The tides were obviously not staying where they were supposed to be.
Yeah,
they were
directly related. Yeah, directly related to the seas, isn't it?
Well, that's why it's moving. That's what I'm saying. It's moving.
Okay. Go ahead, Katz.
I have to read the last part. I was going to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to do that now. Right. Okay. After his birth, it kept within its confines. Oh, right there. Look, that sentence there just confirms what we just spoke about. It's designed to keep it within its confines. So it's playing a very big part in containing water. Very nice. And the famine afflicted the world in the time of Lamech, the second of the 10 great famines appointed to come upon it, ceased its ravages with the birth of Noah. So yeah, look, perfect. Look at that. It's been designed to help stop a famine, because we know with the pole shift event that we mentioned in part 1, and the information coming from Professor Valentina Zarkova on the Maunder cycle, the Maunder minimum, that she's estimated for famines around 2028 to 2032. And this one here was designed to stop that. So it seems to be now a certain part of the world is not going to be affected as much as other parts.
Exactly. Can you think like one part can do the first, and then it can take a little bit, and then the second part will move? Oh well, like the day and night, like you said. Like the first one is up, and then a little ways, a little tiny, and then the second will move, which is the second technology.
Yeah, well, this might be a second one that was added when you think about it, because this has now been designed to create a balance that wasn't there before. So I think Noah was designed for some kind of a balance.
Mhm.
But it can affect water in a big way. So with that comes dangers, doesn't it?
Mhm. But what does shaken up like lentils in a pot? What does that
Well,
mean? I mean,
that would to me would translate as something like a tsunami or something like that. That kind of destruction. You know, anything in its path is going to get swept away.
mhm.
Also, we're talking about the deluge. So I want to just throw in there that this famine, these waters coming up out of their bounds they would completely flood all the fields every time. They would lose their food, right?
Mhm.
This would create what people call the mud floods.
Oh yeah, definitely the prime suspect for all the mud flood events, which there is channels out there covering them in a big way. I would recommend if anyone wants to look into mud floods further, is go to Martin Leakey's channel. He's got some fantastic coverage of it taking place everywhere. And if he looks at the timeline of these, he might just tie it into this event that we're speaking of, because we think this is the reset event. This is the event everyone's looking for in history, where everyone's golden age all of a sudden came to an end. We think it is this event. This is how important this is. And going by the data in the last video, it looks like it's due to start next year. You know, we're not here to scaremonger, but when we come across data like that and the scientists coming forward and stating so, then we have to go with it and put it out there. So, you know, forewarned is forearmed, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that's where we're at, you know. We're trying to decode scriptures, the world model, everything into an event of cycles. You know, cycles we can see on the Antikytherian mechanism. Cycles that seem to be involved in the Nazca line configuration. There's a lot of cycles going on here. You know, you look at some of the calendars, the main calendar or the Tzolk'in calendar that Jason done a decode of. You know, they're all about separate events. There's events for each luminary and other events that we should all be very well aware of, and we're not anymore. All that knowledge seems to be lost. So that's where we're at today. You know, we're trying to relearn what was once learned.
Okay.
So yeah, that makes sense about the arc, then, doesn't it? Tossing the arc from side to side. Yeah, I mean, think of a ball of water sloshing around. That's what you're looking at. That's how it's going to ravage the earth, basically. It's going to shake the waters, and they're going to spill around like they would, like in a bowl of water. It's going to slop around everywhere, and this is what creates your mud floods, all your lakes. You know, new lakes are formed, land masses are covered. It's a constant, ongoing cycle.
Yeah, and when we looked at the ark before, if you recall, it was layered, different layers. So you have to think of this technology, possibly starting low, hitting the next layer up, and then finally to surface. It would shake up everything that was inside of what they're calling the ark. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
That would be great destruction, not just floods and tsunamis, but this would cause the earth to tremble and shake, as it occurs. The flood was produced by a union of the male waters, which are above the firmament, and the female waters issuing from the earth. The upper waters rushed through the space left when God removed 2 stars out of the constellation Pleiades. Afterwards, to put a stop to the flood, God had to transfer 2 stars from the constellation of the Bear to the constellation of Pleiades. This is why the Bear runs after Pleiades. She wants her 2 children back, but they will be restored to her only in the future world. There were other changes among the celestial spheres during the time of the flood. All the time it lasted, the sun and moon shed no light, whence Noah was called by his name, the Resting One. For in his life the sun and the moon rested. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between the day and night.
Right, lovely that.
It
Okay.
is. That's really, really cool. So the water's above the firmament and the water's below. That's a positive and negative going on for sure.
Yeah, the way I look at that one, the firmament now to me means terra firma.
That's, yes, that's kind of where I was getting ready to go with that.
Yeah. I'll just put this in there because, we have to show people there is a different perspective you have to start decoding this from, because if you stand in the underworld and you say the water's above, it now makes a lot more sense that they're actually talking about the seas where we live.
Mm-hmm.
You put it into a context. If that was said when they were below in the underworld, then it would make sense, wouldn't it? They're talking about the waters above. In other words, our seas. And what it's saying there, the flood of the union of the male waters and the female waters, that's just the electrical energy from above and below, which we know will affect water. As an example, we can reference a halo here, because, an halo now gives us a source for lightning. The lightning strikes can be coming directly from one of these halos. A good example being that video I uploaded a couple of days ago. Halos, with these halos, with the rotating vortex, you've got tornadoes, you've got winds, lightning. There's a lot of processes going on here, just off one alone. But yeah, getting back to this.
That's okay. Now think about if there were 2 stars removed out of one of these halos, that would completely throw off the electromagnetism going on. It would break the cycle. It would cause chaos.
Which will be unbalanced.
And we have to remember always that what we're talking about above is below. It's as above, so below. So there is stuff going on in these layers underneath that we see above in our heavens. So the stuff removed was actually in the underworld, which is what's causing a lot of this flooding and shifting to go on. Yeah, and I'm sure that people that understand astrology would absolutely get the part of the bear chasing Pleiades. I'm not huge into astrology or knowing, about the constellation as much as other people in this group, but I'm sure the bear follows Pleiades. Yeah,
very well. There is. What it's telling me is there's 2 luminaries being moved out of that location, or 2 projectors, and moved somewhere else.
Yep.
And the bear wants them back.
Yeah, and
it mentions there they will be restored to only in the future world. Is the future world? It's just another cycle where they'll move back there. And this to me now relates to the pole shift event. It has to relate to this pole shift event. That's what it's telling me. The end times, pole shift, it's the same event. And from an APM perspective, for the viewers, we'll give you the terminology on the angels, really, because you need to understand what we're referring to here. An angel, the ancient terminology of an angel in modern times in our decodings relates to a particle accelerator. So an angel is a particle accelerator in modern terminology, just so you're aware of that. So you can see now how there's a relation as above, so below. The physical model in the underworld and the projection in the heavens, which we've showed plenty of in our videos and presentations. Visible, recordable, observable phenomena. Jumping back to this. There were other changes among the celestial spheres during the year of the flood. Yeah, I can imagine that. This is what the Hoppy prophecy from video 1 was talking about, the luminaries moving around in the skies. your red Kachina and your blue Kachina. It's the movement of luminaries, you know, the signs are in the heavens. It tells you this in script. It shows you now, you know, your scripture, it's basically a survival manual for this realm. It really is. It's the instruction and survival manual of the realm. If you can decode it correctly, it's all there. It just needs decoded back to its original context. All the time it lasted, the sun and the moon shed no light. Yes, I think you can relate that to volcano processes one, yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to mention that the Pleiades are known as the Seven Sisters, and just thinking more on it, if we're the future world already, was, you know, did it used to be 9 stars in that set, or 5? You know, wondering if we got them back already.
Yeah, good question. You know, that's we need help from people that read the stars here, don't we? You know, that know the things have moved from one place to another and when they're due back.
Can you think they separate like one set, and she doesn't know how many, but say like she was saying 9, and so all this time it's changing, almost like, you know, how can I explain it? Like it's changing everything. All the stars, like it says, they're coming together. Well, it's because they all went different ways, which is like west, north, east, south. I don't know, and they come back together.
An easier way to explain that, Kat.
I think
the easiest way to explain this, Kat, is we have to regard what's in the sky as a map of what's going on in the underworld. And we should, you know, in ancient times, they obviously were aware of this, to actually have calendars relating to it. You know, they watched the skies, they studied these events, and they made the calendars to match them. And that's what, you know, that's what we've lost. And there's events up there. To me, you know, the map, the stars are a map of events that's happening in the world. If you can decode it all correctly, you know exactly what's going on in the world. You know when these events are going to happen.
Mm.
And it shows, you know, that shows in the main calendar. If they're counting down to these destructive cycles, it tells you a long time ago they were planning for destruction and famines. They were trying to plan ahead and, you know, stock up on supplies basically for these events.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Right, jumping back to the text. Where were you?
Hold on real quick. In Japan, they used to be known as 6 stars in the 8th century. Just wanted to throw that in there.
So there's a change recorded then already. Yeah, so important, you know your stars and you know what's really going on in the world. They're just a reflection of what's going on down here. Anyway, let's get back to this text. There were other changes that we've done that bit, haven't we? Oh, the moon shed no light one. Do you want to elaborate on that more? Why it would shed no more light? The sun and the moon?
Yeah, the sun and moon wouldn't shed light because of volcanic eruptions during that time. You know, we don't have nearly as large problems with volcanoes these days, which I'm gonna do a bit on that anyway. But with very large eruptions, the sun and moon can be blocked out for up to 2 to 3 years at a time with very large, you know, eruptions. As I said, we don't have those massive eruptions like that now, but Mount St. Helens, for instance, blocked out the sun for 2 entire weeks when it erupted in 1980. Which, that would happen. These flows would cause major destruction. This energy would obviously need an expulsion point. You know, all this stuff happening, as we've mentioned in the past several times, requires a waste dump system.
Yeah, and we've covered that well in a few videos now, haven't we? You know.
Yes, and we'll keep going over it until people
Yeah.
understand.
The more angles you come at it, the more you get to understand the process more. And that's what we're doing here, isn't it? We're looking at everything we look at always takes us back to the grid and the map and just another perspective of the same thing. Anyway, let's move on. Which part are we on here?
Noah called by his name the resting one, because the sun and moon didn't shine.
Oh yeah, yeah. When Noah was called by his name, the resting one. So he's resting, you know, the resting one, there's a good word, we're all ready for it. You know, it's waiting for its moment. It's waiting for the cycle to start. Timed event, isn't it? You know, it's telling you right there in that sentence. The resting one's just resting, waiting for its moment to come and do what it's supposed to do. But in his life, the sun and the moon resting. Yeah, they're going to rest when he does his work, basically, because you're not going to see much of them. The ark was illuminated by a precious stone, the light of which was more brilliant by night than by day, so enabling Noah to distinguish between day and night. Yeah, it could be relating to a daily or a nightly cycle, that couldn't it? You know, for it to even mention day and night, why would technology require it to be day or night? So it's either a daytime event or a nighttime event. That's telling me.
Well, and the fact that it's more brilliant at night, it made me think of the whole Venus thing. How it used to be known as two entities, not just one. They used to have the evening star and the morning star, not one thing doing both. That's how the ancients saw it. They saw it as two different things. And it just reminded me of that possibly that part may have to do with Venus lighting up more in the night.
Could well be, yeah, because if the sun and moon's blocked out, the next brightest light is going to be Venus, isn't it?
The duration of the flood was a whole year. It began on the 17th day of Heshwan, and the rain continued for 40 days until the 27th of Kislew. The punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. They had led immortal lives and begotten bastard children, whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. From the 27th day of Kislew until the first day of Siwan, a period of 150 days, the water stood at one and the same height, 15 ells above the earth. During that time all the wicked were destroyed, each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave.
Amazing stuff. So a year of flood began on a certain date. I'm not sure what Heshwan relates to.
I believe that's the Hebrew calendar.
Ah, right, okay. So, well, there's a nice event then, a calendar event, isn't it? Obviously that calendar was marking it down as well. Why would it begin on, the 7th? That Heshwan must be the start of this cycle. And it's on their calendar. Does that tell you the same thing, Mom?
Yes.
Their calendar's already got this event marked down to start on that date.
Yes, and in that year, whatever year that this happened,
yeah,
time is kind of screwy, so I don't want to get too much into that, but yes, definitely there was a point where it started. It was recorded in history,
yeah.
And if we learned the Hebrew calendar more, I'd say that it's probably findable.
Yeah, even in the next part, until the 27th of Kislew. So there's another You know, there's an end time for it. already in the calendar. Punishment corresponded to the crime of the sinful generation. Yeah, sinful, you know, that does not relate to humans, really. It's nothing to do with humans, this sinful thing. It's totally related to something else. We've got to remove humans out of the equation and look at it as technological processes.
With the sinful generation, let's step back to where we began with the tides coming out of their bounds. So sinful is going against the rules pretty much. And we have to look at generation in terms of, you know, energy being generated, or the cycles, like one full cycle would be one generation. You know, we're not talking about human generations, we're talking about energy and cycle generations.
Yeah, lovely etymology one. That's what you got to look at it, you know, you've got to, what one did there, people, you've got to look at it and break it down. What's it really telling us, and how does it fit in with a process? Yep, lovely one.
Yep.
Led immoral lives and begotten bastard children. Now, the bastard children, very interesting. That I've seen that before, and you know, I've never thought about it. But that single solitary halo that that 1111 code captured the other day, that could be exactly one of these things. You know, it's a stationary halo. That would fit in with that sentence, wouldn't it?
It would. It would. It just, you know. Yeah. It has no positive around it, which maybe was why it was just, you know, like a shadow.
Yeah. But to me, you know, it's telling me that these bastard children are just like solitary halos that are related to a bigger process. So they will, you know, they will react to it in some way. They're part of a bigger process going on. So it tells me Noah, or events related to Noah, is going to activate other technological processes, and these would be what they would call the bastard children. You know, ones that are under them, related to them, but not from them. In other words, you know, it's totally separate entities again.
And whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. You know, that's the same as the flood. It rained for 40 days, so that must have been its forming period. You know what I mean? Its
cycle.
Growing period, the 40 days.
Yeah, whose embryonic state lasts 40 days. Yeah, so so they'll run for 40 days, basically, these halos. That's what it's telling you. You know, whatever their process is up there in the sky, they'll be doing it for 40 days, and we know it's already related to rain events, don't we?
Yep, and then if we move on, after it rains for the 40 days, and then the water stands at the same height, it's not allowed to, you know, drain. It stays there.
Yeah.
The 15 L's, that throws me because we don't have the proper definition for an L. But that's got to be pretty high to cover the whole Earth. 15 L's has to be huge.
It does, yeah. We're not talking anything in human terms, are we? It's another measurement we weren't sure of yet, but it's a lot larger than we would use. You know, an L could be something like 50 feet, you know, a standard measurement of, say, 50 feet. It'd be like 50 feet. You know, we don't know what an L is, do we? So we can only guess what an L is.
Right, but we do know that pretty much all of the land was covered during this time, minus very high mountains and peaks, you know. If even that. I mean, the story tells us that, you know, eventually they saw peaks of land.
We could say each one receiving the punishment due to him. Cain was among those that perished, and thus the death of Abel was avenged. So powerful were the waters in working havoc that the corpse of Adam was not spared in his grave. Corpse of Adam, you know, Adam and Eve, we're going back to that again, which to us is the magnetic north and south in the case of a world model. So even rocked the north, it seems, and there is a clip I'm going to mention about the north that'll come up in this video shortly after this clip.
On the first day of Siwan, the waters began to abate, 1/4 of an ell a day, and at the end of 60 days, on the 10th day of Ab, the summits of the mountains showed themselves. But many days before, on the 10th day of Tammuz, Noah had sent forth a raven, and a week later the dove. On the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week, it took from the 1st of Ab until the 1st day of Tishri for the waters to subside wholly from the face of the earth. Even then the soil was so merry that the dwellers in the ark had to remain within until the 27th day of Heshwan, completing a full sun year consisting of 12 moons and 11 days.
Very nice, very nice. We're back to that C1 again. You know, the calendar event again, isn't it? Began a bit, 1/4 of an ell a day. I wonder what an ell is. I mean, 60 days, and we only start seeing the summits of the mountains after 60 days. That sounds pretty deep to me, doesn't it?
It does. It's huge. We're told it's a cubit, which would be from your finger to your elbow. That's not accurate. Not at all.
Well,
15 of those would do nothing.
Yeah. I know, you know, we're looking at humans, we're factoring humans back in, aren't we? And we can't. So it's relating to that length relating to the length of something else. You know, a possible giant Titan kind of length measurement.
Or what if it's the length going up to the different layers of, like, the star halos where they ride in the sky?
Yeah, who knows? we don't know the altitude of those, really, do we?
No.
But they do ascend and descend. So not the star halos, but I mean the major luminaries that are ascending and descending. But, yeah, these ones, different process going on. Sent forth the raven, and a week later the dove. On the first of her 3 sallies, repeated at intervals of a week. Right now, yeah, it's very slow. I mean, even today, you know, we're looking at the levels are still lowering from the previous one, aren't they? You know, they still haven't receded to the original points.
Absolutely. And we'll get more into that also in this video.
Yeah.
But you can see here the soil was so mirry, you know, that they still had to remain in the ark, so they probably would have sunk in the mud. You know, this is your mud floods.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's mud flood. That is the cause of the mud floods, 100%. You know, the mud flood is the effect. This is the cause. What was I going to say there now? Even then, the soil was the dwellers in the ark. No, the ark you can now consider could possibly be the underworld. You know, people has gone below ground, or you know, where else would the ark be? It's not a boat on top of this.
No.
It's, you know, it's got to be, you know, safe havens below or somewhere, hasn't it? You know, completing a full sun year. Yeah, so you know they've got to wait it out, and then it all starts all over again. So you know, your mud flood fans start, you know, relate that to this event. This is what's causing these mud floods, and you've seen on a few channels now mud flood coverage. If not, go watch them, and you can see how, you know, mankind's recovered from these events and carried on building where the previous ones had left off. That's what you're looking at. You know, they just build on top of old sites and carrying on with life, basically start again, isn't it?
Yep, and digging up ones that didn't get built over. They're still digging them up. There's still stuff under the ocean that hasn't even began to surface yet. We see proof of that all over.
That's where today's archaeology is, isn't it? You know, it's looking at what's been buried previously.
Yeah, massive temples, villages, all kinds of stuff has been buried.
We only have to look around the world at these massive ancient sites and think, what the hell happened there? You know, where did the people go? Why does no one remember what all this means anymore?
In the year 1569, after the creation of the world, Noah divided the earth by lot among his 3 sons, in the presence of an angel. Each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants unto all eternity. Noah rejoiced that the lot had assigned it to Shem. Thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts: the Holy of Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. The south fell to the lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold, but Shem's is neither hot nor cold. Its temperature is hot and cold mixed.
Wow. It just gets better, this, doesn't it? Okay, in the year 1569, after the creation of the world, very interesting, you know, your Big Bang theory kind of gets blown completely out of the water here, because now we've got a creation based on technology. Because when, you know, people talk about creation, what is being created and how? Well, now we've got technological processes, and we can see are interacting with this environment. This is the exact word terminology of creation. We're going to get into that a bit more in this video, so I won't go too deep in it just yet. Right, divided the earth by lot among his 3 sons. You know, the 3 sons, that tells me we're looking at gates in the north and the south. But you'll realise that, if you haven't realised that yet, you will more and more as we get to the bottom of this paragraph. In the presence of an angel, each one stretched forth his hand and took a slip from the bosom of Noah. Shem's slip was inscribed with the middle of the earth, and this portion became the inheritance of his descendants into all eternity. So that one there's basically prescribed to the equator. It's not going to move from the equator, so that's the center point.
Yeah.
Noah rejoiced that the lot had assigned it to Shem. Thus was fulfilled his blessing upon him, and God in the habitation of Shem, for 3 holy places fell within his precincts: the Holy of the Holies in the temple, Mount Sinai, the middle point of the desert, and the Mount Zion, the middle point of the navel of the earth. So that's our 0 point on our grid right there, isn't it? That's the center of our map.
Yes.
What that's talking about there, you know,
I
and we
wonder,
carry on.
I was going to say, I wonder if his area isn't actually the area between the tropics.
Yeah, well, that would be the center point, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
In between that band.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That would make sense.
Mm-hmm. And then below that's Ham, and above that is Japheth.
Yeah, so they're the gates in the north and south. They're just different names for the same gates again. Like, you know, the south fell to a lot of Ham, and the north became the inheritance of Japheth. The land of Ham is hot, Japheth is cold. So you're looking at the south and the north there. But Shem's is neither hot or cold. Its temperature hot and cold mixed, so that's the equator, isn't it? So you're looking at the north gates, the south gates, and the equator in the center there. So what it's telling you in this whole paragraph is this pole shift. This is the pole shift event. It's the flipping of the poles, which we'll cover a bit more anyway in this video.
Yep, I agree. And that is all we have to talk about on the Book of Noah. But the link will be in the description. I really encourage, again, I'm going to say, go read the whole book, because it's very, very interesting.
Okay, so Noah is a technological process that is connected to what mainstream call a pole shift event. Would you like to meet Noah? This is created by Noah. The morning glory is very aptly named, isn't it? Some people call these roll clouds, but ask yourself this: what could possibly make clouds behave like this? Only electromagnetics have the power to do this. Electromagnetics on a grand scale. Notice the rotating vortex contained and held stationary. In some cases it appears to release the clouds and the winds take them away, which probably means it just shut down and the clouds blew away. This can also be related to the 4 pressure changes we record daily. Another option is the halo that is holding the clouds actually starts moving in a certain direction, which reminds me of the Antikytherian mechanism in a way, which means there is a very large electromagnetic device moving below. On the subject of gravity and pull, there is no such force as a pulling force, but there is an obvious pushing effect from these halos that can affect oceans and seas. You would only need to increase the power into the halo to increase the pressure. These halos can be seen stretching for hundreds of miles and are very predictable in some locations. Isn't this truly amazing, people? Look at that. Here is more proof of electromagnetic evidence. This clip, captured by Kim Johnson, shows some very unusual patterns formed by clouds. They appear to follow a path. I want you to take note of the shape it creates. That path can be seen here in this electromagnetic data recorded by series. This is real-world magnetic data overlaid on the map. Real electromagnetic data that is playing a very big part in the movement of luminaries, as you can see in these images. The configuration matching a sweepback transformer that moves the sun's image across the sky as the sun and probably other luminaries are captured on top of the cones in use. This also requires the sun's physical model to be below us, and we are seeing the projection above. Take a good look, people, and memorize these shapes, as you will notice them in the heavens. This image here is from over Antarctica looking north. See how the magnetic data always appears to be in sets of 3. The locations they connect having a very big part in causing quakes and following luminaries as they are enabled. Here is more proof captured by Super Dave 44. Again, clouds following an invisible path. Take note of the shapes. You will notice these more and more, and now we have an answer for them. When you see them, try and check your compass to see if it is a north to south alignment, or more electromagnetic data being revealed that follow different paths. Going back to the pressure changes, for you people recording long distance flat earth proofs, consider this compression and why you sometimes see different views from the same location. Some scenes looking more compressed and some looking much clearer, and thus allowing you to see further distances. We now have a cause for this compression and expansion. Various halos turning on and off, creating the pressure changes recorded daily. It condenses the atmosphere, as you can see happening in this video recorded by Sandra. Try it yourself, you will be surprised at the differences recorded from the same location and height of camera. Okay, so on with identifying Noah. We believe the central halo is Noah. You may remember back in 2017 I was looking into the oceans receding in South America. Here is how they tie in. Let's check along Noah's path. As you can see here, this halo intersects here alongside other parts of the grid. Definitely a busy area and receding oceans. Again, this halo is close to the landmass, and here we have the same ocean receding event in Ecuador. Central America. All this area was affected and will continue to be so, as this halo goes right through this area. The events are not just contained to the halo's path. The lines from the grid are also electromagnetically pulsed, it seems. You can see where one of the primary 8 are in the Gulf of Mexico. They create a spiraling vortex, which is what is responsible for tornadoes and such. Florida, the location I placed the spider from the Nazca Lines overlay, probably meaning dangerous waters due to the amount of the grid and halo intersections below this area. I haven't found any as yet from Spain and South Africa. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Perhaps this side of the halo gets the reverse effect, rising waters. So, I looked into the next larger halo and other events. Badger, California. Rushikonda Beach, India, both having the same receding ocean events. And Northern Australia, especially the Gulf of Carpentaria, famous for its amazing display of morning glory, an obvious sign there is much halo electromagnetic activity going on below here. You may have noticed I used the image of Moses in the decode. I could not find an image of Noah, and the reason I used Moses in this video is because of the mention of the parting of the Red Sea. The only one crossing the Red Sea is on one of our primary 8, which leads into Saudi Arabia. This would have the capability to part that sea. It says Moses as a fictitious character, and we would agree, none of them are characters, they are technological processes. Moses, be a good chap and show these fine people how you part the Red Sea.
Okay, so let's take a look at this ancient map shown here and what the land used to look like. This map was obtained from the Book of Miracles. As we look at this map and we have it overlaid onto our world, we can see the differences. Now let's take a look at these creatures on the map. The first one is near Africa. This one is coming from our 0.0 on the grid. This is our Brahma energy as it comes to life. Next, we move up and we see the 4-headed dragon. This one sits on one of our 8 main angels. The 4 heads represent the group of 4 angels that we see here. Next, We see the griffin creature in northeast Russia. This one is on the lake that literally takes the shape of the creature, as well as the topography resembles the wings. And the last creature is the bear, which is climbing over the star halo. This topography fits the form of the bear, as well as the ocean topography shows the markings of the claws of the bear. Now, let's look at the angels. The angel to the north is on an unknown location at this time. It is in northern Europe and does sit on a 5-point directional change that the magnetics will follow. The angel to the east follows the tropic line, which is a steady flow of quakes that occur along this line. It is giving us our east to west energy to generate some major magnetic push. The angel to the south is representing the angel directly below it. We can see in the topography of the ocean, the push of the energy has used and created direct paths leading up to India. So let's look at the Mount Gall area first. What we see here are quite a few massive volcanoes and calderas in the area. These would have been devastating on the whole Gall area, as recorded in the Book of Miracles. We have the Cantal volcano, some ancient unnamed calderas, Mount Vesuvius, Mount Etna, Santorini, many undersea volcanoes. Also, the Canary Islands, where several volcanoes are recorded to have blown the Canary Islands into the islands we see now. In the Gazelle Peninsula, East New Britain, in Papua New Guinea, there are twin peaks called Vulcan and Terverver. This area was recorded to erupt during the 570 AD time at great force, in which the energy force was felt in 50 miles in all directions. These erupted all through history and are still erupting today. In 856 AD, a massive quake struck a 200-mile stretch of Iran that caused 200,000 deaths. It created what is called the Alpine mountain range, which is still very seismically active. In 526 AD, a quake hit Syria and Antioch, which led to 250,000 deaths and caused the port of Seleucia Pera to rise 1 meter up, after which a fire broke out that destroyed the rest of the buildings that remained. In 365 AD, a quake occurred under the Mediterranean Sea near Crete, which destroyed all of the towns on the island and damaged Greece, Libya, Cyprus, and Sicily. Afterward, a tsunami caused significant damage in Alexandria, Egypt, and other areas. In 79 AD, the great Mount Vesuvius erupted, destroying Pompeii and Herculaneum. Prior to the eruption, it was warned with a series of great quake swarms. This was discovered in 1631 AD while cleaning up from another eruption. But it wasn't completely discovered until the 20th century, when the entirety of the fate of the town was discovered, with the bodies of the residents still there, plastered in time, and showing the agonies of their death still on their faces of the entombed bodies. In 1645 BC, Santorini erupted, which wiped out the island, leaving behind the bits we see today. There were no known victims of this disaster, so unlike the other disasters of the area, the people must have heeded the warnings of the quakes preceding the eruption. There were buildings and large untransportable items found, though, to show that people did inhabit the area. In 373 BC, Helice was submerged into the Gulf of Corinth. The ruins of the city could be seen beneath the water for hundreds of years after the disaster. In the past century, the search for Helice began, and other towns have since been discovered along with it. So, as we can see, our history is rich with disasters that shape the world we see today. Now, let's get into some of the science behind the disasters. A VEI is the Volcanic Explosion Index. There were great explosions with a VEI force 6 eruption. A magnitude registered at this capacity will have effects that will cause tsunamis 150 feet tall, and ships 50 miles away will be blasted by the hurricane-force winds. This is like setting off atomic bombs from the inside out, to give a comparison. The winds are the energy force. 50 miles is a massive area to feel the force in all directions. With earthquakes, we average a tremble of about 2 to 4s on the Richter scale. When we do get into the 5s, these are the ones that we start to feel. These do occur regularly through the realm. How it works is kind of like a build-up. The cycle runs through on the smaller scale and builds as the energy comes back through. These 5s then lead to 6s. But when we hit the 6 range, typically there's a reset, and we go back to the smaller ones to begin the cycle again. It is not as common to feel the large quakes on a regular basis as in the past. Each number on the Richter scale is 10 times more powerful than the previous number. And to compare to the volcanoes we are speaking about, a typical volcanic eruption, not the monsters we speak about from the past, are comparable to a size 5 earthquake. In the previous video, I spoke about the year without summer, which was caused from several eruptions occurring one after the other. The largest of those during that time was Mount Tambora, which registered at a 7 VEI. Mount Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8 VEI, and if Yellowstone erupted, it would likely be between an 8 and a 9 VEI, just to give an idea of the scale we're looking at here. Nowadays, we typically on an average stay in the 4 to 5 VEI scale. However, in the past, the eruptions were much larger and ranged around the 8 VEI to 9 VEI magnitude. These larger VEI eruptions included Mount Toba, which is in Indonesia, Lake Taupo, that's located in New Zealand, Wawa Springs, that's located in Utah. Each rise in the VEI raises the force by 10 times the previous. It is scaled not only on the power of the blast, but how high it goes and how much tephra is ejected. So, as I said, these kind of explosions happened on a large scale during different eras in time. As I mentioned, Vesuvius was between a 7 and an 8, which the effect is quite large in comparison to the eruptions we have nowadays. However, this is even small compared to the 10 times larger eruptions that occurred in our ancient past prior. The effects of this type of eruption would be lasting and devastating to our Earth on a very large scale. One last area that I would like us to look at before we get into the effects is the Philippine Sea, which by the topography I would say is a very large system with many, many vents. If the larger known eruptions are around the 8 VEI, we need to think much, much larger for this one. All of these vents are shaping a massive caldera in size that we can't even imagine in our reality. When the epicenter blew, it probably made the islands we see today. Think back to the map we saw. There was land there at one time. Along this entire line of islands in the sea, it's littered with hot springs still today, to show this is still an active and very hot venting area. These vents do release constantly. So, now that we've talked about sizes and scales, let's talk effects. Volcanic ash can travel across the realm and affect the other side of the world. The larger explosions we are talking about would reach the upper atmosphere and cause a darkening of the sun and acid rain. One of the most deadly effects of a volcano is the ash coming from the eruption, which carries poisonous gases that are harmful to humans, plants, and animals alike. A multitude of dangerous particles and gases, such as aerosols, are carried in volcanic ash. Some of these include carbon dioxide. Carbon emissions can contribute to serious climate changes, which can affect humans and animals. It can alter water supplies and weather patterns, changes in growing seasons for food, and threaten coastal communities with increasing sea levels. Exposure to high levels of carbon dioxide can cause incapacitation and unconsciousness, headaches, vertigo, and double vision. Also, inability to concentrate, tinnitus, and seizures. Breathing too much can be life-threatening. Long-term effects of exposure may cause change in bone, calcium, and changes to the body's metabolism. Another is the sulfates, known as sulfur dioxide. It affects human health when it's breathed in. It irritates the nose, throat, and airways, causing coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, or a tight feeling around the chest. The effects of sulfur dioxide are felt very quickly, and most people would feel the worst symptoms in 10 to 15 minutes after breathing it in. It causes mood swings, irritability, rapid heartbeat, deep depression, aggression that is incredibly hard to control. Most humans will be running on a negative due to this toxic chemical. Another is hydrochloric acid, also known as hydrogen chloride. People may be exposed to the ill effects by either breathing it in or allowing it to come in contact with their skin. These dangers are often irreversible. Inhalation of the substance may cause coughing, hoarseness, inflammation, and ulceration of the respiratory tract or chest pain. When hydrochloric acid comes in contact with your skin, you are at risk for severe burns, ulceration, or even scarring. Additional acute health effects include vomiting, diarrhea, and nausea. Tests in rats exposed to the substance did show an increase in fetal mortality and altered reproductive cycles and caused birth defects. And finally, hydrofluoric acid. The vapor can cause severe burns to the eyes, which may lead to permanent damage and blindness. Also is irritating to the eyes, skin, and respiratory tract. Exposure to higher concentrations can result in serious damage to the lungs, and fatal pulmonary edema may develop after a delay of several hours. Brief exposure, around 5 minutes, may be fatal to humans. Ingestion of this can produce severe injury to the mouth, throat, and gastrointestinal tract, and may be fatal. Excessive exposure may affect the brain. On the environment, it acts as a greenhouse gas, influencing great climate change. Larger eruptions of ash can travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers downwind from the source, but can affect the climate in places on the other side of the world. Ash is carried into the atmosphere and spreads far from the epicenter and can block out the sun's rays, resulting in a cooler Earth. The ash can also return to the Earth's surface by means of precipitation. Ash particles caught in clouds in the atmosphere fall back down to Earth with rain, snow, and other. Volcanic ash can also contaminate our water supply, which can lead to illness and effects described during these plague outbreaks. All of this info is what is called volcanic winters, which is a reduction in temperatures caused by the ash and droplets of acid and water obscuring the sun. Each of these major eruptions would lead to a 2 to 3 year winter after the eruption. All of this lines up with our minimum periods, showing us the cause of the cold recording during the periods in history. This is also our mud floods cause. The cause was tsunamis and floods on a scale, as the deluge spoke about in ancient texts. And finally, this is also the cause of the plagues of history. Now, what I'm sure a lot of people may be wondering is there anywhere safe in this world? Well, from what I can tell, I'd say most of Africa would be a safe zone, as well as most of the central and north part of South America. Also Asia, especially around the Himalayas, as these are highlands. As we can see when we look at the topography, there isn't a lot of extra land under the water in these areas. So yes, safe zones are possible in the highlands, but we have to make sure it's not volcanic areas. To learn this information, we must study the topography and understand there are many what science calls extinct volcanoes that may be dormant, but these are going to come to life again. I don't believe any of these are extinct. They're just lying dormant, waiting their turn to turn back on. These areas should be avoided by populace for survival. So, let me wrap up this bit by adding that I'm not trying to alarm anyone, but simply educate on our Earth's history in a way that mainstream doesn't give, and to educate people that these cycles have been occurring and will continue to occur through time. With the knowledge of how our world works, we can be okay during these cycles when we understand them as the ancients did. Thank you.
Some disastrous earthly events linked to comets. Comets are among the most interesting celestial objects out there. Some are visible to the naked eye, and with their predictable orbits we should always see them, provided we know where and when to look. However, ancient civilizations did not have such knowledge. Comets were mysterious objects that were often considered good or bad omens, mostly bad. Halley's Comet is one of the most famous comets out there. It returns at roughly 75-year intervals, and there are historical accounts of its sightings. However, ancient civilizations did not realize they were looking at the same comet until Edmund Halley concluded that the comets spotted in 1531, 1607 and 1682 were actually the same. He predicted it would return again in 1758. The comet returned in 1758, but Halley was dead by then. The comet was named after him anyway. Halley's Comet returned again in 1835, which was the same year that the famous writer Mark Twain was born. Twain died on April the 21st, 1910, when Halley's Comet once again was visible. Mark Twain predicted his death and linked it to the passage of the comet. He remarked, "I came in with Halley's Comet in 1835. It is coming again next year, and I expect to go out with it. It will be the greatest disappointment of my life if I don't go out with Halley's Comet. The Almighty has said, no doubt." Now here are these two unaccountable freaks. They come in together, they must go out together. In March 44 BC, a group of Roman senators assassinated Julius Caesar over concerns that he would declare himself king. 4 months later, a huge funeral festival called Ludi Victoriae Caesarius was held in his honour. A great comet appeared in the skies during the ceremonies and remained visible for 7 days before disappearing. Today we remember that comet as the Great Comet of 44 BC. Astronomers say it is one of the brightest comets to have ever appeared in the sky, and it was also recorded in ancient China. Another great comet soared past the Earth in 1264. Today we call it C/1264 N1, or the Great Comet of 1264. It was very bright and remained visible for 4 months, starting in July. At the time, people already had some superstitions about comets, and seeing one was considered a forewarning of impending disaster. On October the 14th, 1066, troops loyal to King Harold II of England faced the Norman army led by William the Conqueror in the Battle of Hastings. The battle was decisive. King Harold was killed, and William the Conqueror went on to take his throne and become the ruler of England. Halley's Comet, which had appeared in April that year, was linked to the battle. As I have already mentioned, people of the day had not yet realised that the comet was a periodic one that came around every 3/4 of a century. That year, Halley's Comet was so bright that it was 4 times the size of Venus and around 25% as bright as the Moon. On October the 20th, 1811, Europeans and Americans watched in awe as a bright comet made its closest approach to the Earth. This was the Great Comet of 1811. The comet had showed up in March, even though no one was expecting to see one at that time. Some Americans became paranoid and suggested that it was an omen of some upcoming disaster. That disaster came on December the 16th, when the great earthquake shook the Midwest and southern United States. The earthquake was so intense that the Mississippi River temporarily flowed backwards. Americans soon linked the comet to the earthquake. They blamed it again when the US and England went to war the following year. The comet did favour other parts of Europe, though. Grape planters had a very good harvest, which was ascribed to the passage of the comet. They even called the wines made from the grapes harvested that year comet wine. A bright comet passed the Earth in 1680. Predictably, it's now called the Great Comet of 1680. This comet was of interest to several scientists, including Sir Isaac Newton, who used it to confirm a gravity theory he had proposed. In addition, Edmund Halley used it to determine the orbit of 2 dozen comets. Mathematician William Whiston later studied the Great Comet of 1680 and concluded that it had made earlier flybys thousands of years beforehand. He said the comet strayed so close to the Earth during one of the flybys that water from its tail fell to the surface. Whiston added that the gravitational force of the passing comet also forced water out of the Earth's crust. Whiston concluded that the massive rainfall from the comet's tail and the huge amounts of water that reached the Earth's surface from below caused the massive floods mentioned in the Bible, the same one that Noah built an ark to escape. In AD 536, the Earth suddenly got cold. Scholars of the day wrote that the sun was small and obscured, as if there was an eclipse. The sun could not provide enough heat, causing temperatures to drop. It got so cold that the ground was covered in frost in the middle of summer. Crops failed, causing famine, mass migration, disease, and plague. This continued for a decade until the earth got warmer again. The Justinian plague of 541 to 542 was one of the most disastrous events of the period. It decimated a good chunk of the population of the Byzantine Empire. Astronomers do not know what caused the earth to cool. They suspect the sudden eruption of a massive volcano in El Salvador. The Inca Empire was the largest empire to spring up in pre-Columbian America. It had millions of people and covered a vast area until the Spanish came along and overthrew the emperor. Huayna Capac was the Incan emperor at the time the Spanish first arrived. He knew they were going to overthrow the empire based on several signs he had seen before their arrival. One was a large green comet that flew across the sky. The other was his home, which was destroyed by lightning. There was also a prophecy that the Incas would be defeated by some strangers who looked different from any other people they had ever seen. The Spaniards did not attack at the time Huayna Capac was emperor, however. They left and returned after Huayna Capac had fallen to smallpox, which was nevertheless carried there by the Spanish. The Great Chicago Fire of 1871 remains one of the greatest mysteries of the 19th century. The fire lasted from October the 8th to October the 10th, 1871, destroying one-third of the homes in Chicago. While Mrs. O'Leary and her cow were blamed for starting the fire, even though there was no evidence to prove they were guilty. Other speculations have been raised, including one that involves a comet. In 1883, Ignatius Donnelly claimed the gas from the tail of a passing comet fell to Earth and caused the sparks that started the fire. Donnelly's claims were corroborated by Mel Waskin, who blamed a comet for starting the fire in his 1985 book Mrs. O'Leary's Comet. Donnelly, Waskin and everyone else who have blamed a comet for starting the fire based their theories on claims by some people who said they saw fire fall from the skies at the time the Great Chicago Fire started. These theories may actually be plausible, considering that Chicago was not the only place that burned that October. Similar fire outbreaks occurred along Lake Michigan and in Peshtigo, Wisconsin, the same day the Chicago Fire started. The Peshtigo Fire was actually the deadliest wildfire in U.S. history, despite being overshadowed by the Chicago Fire.
As you can see, looking through these images from our recorded history, there are very noticeable DNA changes which tie into the cycle change which is called the pole shift. If you have been following our research, you will realize just how much the angel technologies play a very big part in every aspect of our lives, and not just ours, but every living species in this realm. The Fibonacci spiral, it is caused by the angel technologies. Their rotating vortex, the halos we see in our skies that are attached to luminaries. Many of these in the underworld playing their part. Some dormant, awaiting their signal, their turn to activate and change worldly events. Events our ancestors were very aware of. It is in scriptures, glyphs, prophecies, calendars, even history, as our research keeps showing. Our ancestors all knew very well how this realm works and tried to leave us warnings of these cycle changes. The beings depicted in these paintings were from various times in our history, times when a change of cycle caused genetic change, thus showing how this technology can manipulate life itself. The Hopi prophecies tell of these genetic changes. How would you hide such an event from the public? Well, that's easy, isn't it? You promote it. We see this happening everywhere now, various agendas being promoted that are outside of normal society's thinking. You all know what I'm talking about, so I don't think I need to go into detail on all the trans agendas. Do I think it is to hide the genetic changes a pole shift will cause that will leave mainstream with awkward questions? Yes, of course. We have various species of beings in these images that contain other species parts. We have people with genitalia from the opposite sex. There is a horse giving birth to a rabbit. There are animals behaving outside of their known behaviour. Perhaps now you understand the various sets of four faces mentioned in scriptures: birds, humans, bulls, lions, and various other combinations. These are a sign that these technologies somehow play a part in the genetic makeup of various beings, and during a pole shift this may be interrupted, causing the effects we see in these images. Life forms that used to exist will return, and even new ones may be created. Do you see how this technology plays a part in this, people? This really is the Genesis machine. True miracles decoded from technological processes. Life forms being able to create life itself. The creator of this technology truly has done amazing work. Technology that not only projects and moves luminaries, but plays a very big part in nature itself. So who is the creator of all this technology? I don't know, but I would like to, wouldn't you? Going back to the first video, if you remember Walter Russell's winding and unwinding of the cosmic clock springs, the cycle is going to reverse its direction. This is now going into the cosmic unwinding. The luminaries will rotate the opposite way the Hopi prophecy tells us. This is the same event. Now when you think of unwinding, think of the rings on a tree changing. More growth. This can now answer why there were titans and giants in ancient times. They were born near the end of the unwinding period. Life was larger in those times, not just for humans. We obviously get smaller during the winding cycle, as this is compression. Expansion and compression decoded from the mechanics of the realm. And it all starts with Noah's cycle, it seems. If you wish to go deeper with giants and titans, I would recommend Jimbo's channel and Mud Fossil University. Roger's work not only proves the DNA of these petrified titans to be human, but his amazing work in biology also perfectly shows this to be the case when he identifies various parts of human anatomy. You will find the links to their channels below this video. We really need to consider all of this, people, not only this but our diet too. What should we be eating and drinking? I'm pretty sure it's not GMO or chemically sprayed foods. In what way could these cause problems during such a pole shift event, you should ask yourself. What is in the food and water we consume? What is the ultimate human diet? What is in vaccines and medications that can affect us during this event? Not to mention 5G with its genetic changes at the molecular level. Think really hard on this one, people. We are not here to fearmonger, merely to inform on how this realm really works and how it interacts with all of the life forms therein. Our ancestors knew and understood this very well, and for very good reasons. All these golden ages come and go every 400 years and will continue to do so forever. This is for you to know. Be sure to inform the people of 2400, 2800, 3200, 3600, etc., etc., etc. Know thy world, only then can you be at one with it. Hello and welcome to APM Research, the End Times, Revelations and Prophecy Part 3. In this video,